the Starship? I don't know. They're probably gonna wait until the pad's finished. At least another month, dude. Any idea how fast SpaceX can replace tiles? I don't think they even know that yet, Shady. They gotta send one up and see what it does before they can figure out if it needs to be... Before they can figure out a modular, like, replaceable tile system. Weren't we hard stop on Space News like 30 minutes ago? Yeah, sure. All right, cool. Let's play Kerbal now. Yeah, there you go. Mode part 210. Then Friday Night Racing. Alright, let's do this. Chat with the whip. Yeah, you can whip this. Did I ever tell you about my last apartment? I went to complain to the management that the light switches were shocking me. Their answer, knowing I'm a lineman, maybe you need to ground yourself, like just discharge yourself after you spend all day in the air with that high voltage. Oh, God, Eagle, the stupid, it hurts. The stupid, don't catch the dumb. Oh, that hurts, man. Yeah, O-Force, right? So that's gonna do it for Space News. There wasn't much left in that video, guys. I'm just not gonna miss an opportunity to dish it right back out to chat. You wanna be like that? Or good. I'll take that as my cue to leave. I require sleep. Alright. Au revoir, Alex. Yep, don't catch the dumb. Those people have the dumb. Yeah, I don't see. You can catch the dumb, all right, but you can also cure the dumb. It's easy if you try. Imagine all the people not catching the dumb. What? It was funny, alright? The dumb do be plentiful. Wow, only 1,000 funds. What happened? I scraped enough cash together to get the small SSTO pad out, and that's it. We have to go send that mission out to the moon and get the prospecting satellite up and running. I have to do a commercial rideshare mission with this thing. Pretty sure their handyman put their secretary up to telling me that. Ah, okay. Alright, well that's not as bad. Working on a really big plane for really big plane reasons. I like. That reminds me of me when a friend of mine shocked the crud out of himself on your MSD. Ooh. Alright, so I was gonna move the pad out here, but I figure I didn't want to bore you to death with 2 days of recovery missions, so let's take Jet Truck and 7 and let's take it back over to the launch complex. I was gonna start the Kerbal stream with moving the pad out here, but let's just put it out and let's go. I do not have enough money to do anything else. If something goes wrong here, I'm pretty screwed. I have to start picking up and selling my museum pieces. We barely scraped together enough money by taking a small Kerbal ship, a small dinghy, and going out there and picking parts off of my crashed ships that are out of recovery range. The big pad's still in good shape. I've recovered it, and the small pad is there instead right now. But the payload is already out there, guys. We have everything that we need to do this mission. I literally cannot screw this mission up. I have 2 missions to run. There are 2 mission objectives to my... there are 2 mission objectives that we're going to run tonight. The first one is, if you watch the big SSTO mission that we ran the other day, I sent a prospecting satellite out to the moon. That prospecting satellite did not have a good orbital insertion, and it's not in the right orbit to prospect the moon. Without knowing where the resources are on the surface of the moon, I can't complete this contract here. That contract that pays out 300 grand. That was my insurance in case I lost the SSTO. In this case, I lost the SSTO and I failed the mission. So here, have no money. Great. So, it's fine. No, it's not. So what we're going to do is the payload that I have staged at the launch site right now is a mission extension vehicle. It has a claw on it, and I'm going to dock to the prospecting satellite, fix its orbit, and then I have a commercial mission to put a payload in a polar orbit around the moon. That polar orbit that EEG wants me to launch there is very similar. It's close to the stranded orbit that the Prospector 1 satellite is in. So, if I can get Prospector 1 fixed and we complete this mission tonight, it'll pay out, I don't know, about 400K. So we should be almost back to financial stability here. If anything goes wrong with the mission tonight, I'm not sure what I'm going to do. Oh, it's claw with an asterisk next to it passing. Pretty much livid right now. Yeah, losing the big SSTO is not good. Yeah, Eagle. Chat was a little busy, but yeah. What tracks are we running for Friday Night Racing? Check the Discord, Dead Crew. I'm not 100% sure. Huh. Neat. I guess we will have to vote to scrap or refund the project. I don't know if I'm going to need a bailout or what, Ansel. I really don't know what to do here if I'm out of cash. Maybe time warp until we get a good advance on a contract and then go, but if I wanted to join just the first race for GTA tomorrow, is that okay? Yeah, of course. If you ever make a launch site far away, is there a possibility to carry the SSTO on a plane like how the 747 carried the shuttle? Wouldn't be the first time I've done it. I did it without any of the robotic parts, dude. Yeah, it's totally doable. Here, let me show you while we're coasting out there. Let me go in my screenshots folder. Here. I've made mate-demate devices before. Not with the SSTO, but... yeah, yeah, inbound. I used it for shuttle approach and landing tests. I did an ALT with the shuttle, and then I landed the 747, right? I basically trimmed out the 747 to keep flying, jettisoned the shuttle. The 747 basically pitched up and it kept going. I trimmed it out, landed the shuttle, switched back to the 747, what was still flying, circled around and landed. And then, right after that, I did it again. Without recovering the 7.4 or the shuttle. We picked it right back up. And then we took off again. And then I let her go again. I tried to mimic the 905 Enterprise approach and landing test angle here from the chase plane. Pretty cool, huh? Yep. And then I picked up the shuttle for a third time and put it on its transporter. So yeah, of course I could. I could do that. Yeah, no problem. Yeah, that's true, O-Force. Yep. Does the small SSTO weigh more or less than the shuttle? It's actually about the same size, Hansel. Yeah, I could put this on the 747 and fly it around. I'm just not sure what we would do with it if we do that, though. But I can make a mate-demate device. That's no problem. Could you do surgery on a grape? No, but I could do helicopter on Duna. They did surgery on a grape. Engines in the front are for weight distribution? Engines in the front of what? How did you make that crane without robotics? I used a couple of... The car. Oh, no, that's for being able to push it up onto the pad. Yeah, the electric motors don't have enough torque to push this thing up the pad, so I use jet engines to get more torque. Nice, Thomas. The Russians are doing an EVA. They finished it. 7 hours, 54 minutes. Cool. How did I make the crane without robotics? So, Jonas, it's a couple of structural fuselages, right? And then I have a Staputnik, the spherical probe. And then I have air brakes that push the spherical probe up the tube. And then the Staputnik has a strut that's attached to the hanger. So when you push the Staputnik up, it pushes the bracket up. Wait, they did helicopter on Mars? They did helicopter on Mars. They also did surgery on a grape. How does your strong back work, and can I build one yourself? That's more... Building launch pads is the hardest thing to do in this game, Bino. The game is optimized around building spacecraft, so building launch pads out of a bunch of spacecraft parts are a little bit complicated. That's more for advanced users. If you have a lot of hours in KSP and you think you understand how KSP hierarchies work, then yeah, go ahead, do it. Please. Yeah, we did a lot of cool stuff, Eagle, didn't we?
Discovery, go and
Hey, Fractal gifted out 10 subs. Why all the gifted subs all of a sudden, guys? Is there like some kind of incentive going on? Oh, it's September. That explains that. Yeah, I forgot about that. Cool. Thanks, Fractal. Guys, I think there's been like 150 gifted subs today, which is just ridiculous. That's really gonna help. I'll just let you know, fellas. All these gifted subs today, you're basically financing that super secret squirrel project that I'm working on. Yeah. You're gonna give me subs. I'm gonna give you more content back.
Go and throttle up.
Sab. What the heck, man? Why?
Discovery, go and throttle up.
I don't know, Forlorn. I'll let you be the judge. Wait, no. Fractal's always been cool. From another Fractal. There you go.
Go and throttle up.
Hammer, I'm assuming your Fractal's other account. Jeez, Sav gifted out 5, Henry gifted 20.
Discovery.
20! Venti! 20! Damn, dude. For the super secret squirrel project? Graph Shark, I don't know. They just do this, dude. I don't know what I did. I'm literally, like, we're just towing the SSTO back to the pad. I don't understand. You boys take too good of care of me. September! Alright, fine. Fine, Tessa. Fine. You want to see a super secret squirrel teaser project picture? Here.
Discovery, go and throttle up.
There you go. I'm not saying anything else. Golden Goose gifted out 10 more subs. Thank you. Poncha had 100 bits in there. That's all you get to see. The X-33's flame trench. I'm building a bunker. I bought a Titan II missile silo. No, I wish. I wish. I wish. That would be sick. That's a nice looking bird. Yeah. Yeah, that's why, you know what, friend? That's why I saved that picture, because I like the truck in the picture. But it's also the X-33's flame trench. That's a picture of the launch pad that this launch pad is based off of. Predominant gifted a sub to They Did Surgery on a Grape. One is for sale in Nevada. Jam, you want to buy it? Nevada? That's got to be a Titan II. Missile silos are cold and damp. You have the cool part, right? Actually, the missile silos that are out in Arizona and Nevada, they're not damp at all. Turns out stuff in a warm, dry climate lasts really long. So you're the one that is buying the old launch complex pad we're working on? Maybe. I don't have 3.2 million right now. Jim, have you tried just becoming a millionaire? 5head. This music sounds like the Gus Johnson outro. Hey! 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 Bill! 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 Like that, 95? Hey! Yes, exactly. Yeah. Yeah. Funny channel. The flame trench is a red herring. I'm just buying a new truck. Why would I buy a new truck? I haven't finished the truck that I'm working on. I already have a red truck. He has tried suing someone. I said Jam, not Blue Origin. Nah, just kidding. I love Blue Origin. You guys are alright. I know what you're trying to do. You want 2 landers. I get it. So I randomly click on a Doug DeMuro video, and dang, you nail how he acts. Yeah, this is a 2021 EJSA K33, and it is a single stage to orbit. It is a $100,000 SSTO, and what this thing does is it takes off right from the pad and flies all the way up into space, and then comes all the way back down and lands. And then right after that, you can take it right back over to the pad and you can launch it again. And today I'm going to review it, and then I'm going to give it a Doug Kerman score. Many of us have tried just becoming a millionaire. We failed or have not succeeded. I'm going to go over its quirks and features, and then I'm going to fly it around, and then I'm going to give it a Doug score. And to visit more of my thoughts here, you know, you could visit KerbalTrader.com, KerbalsCraftCrater.com/oversteer to hear more of my thoughts on the K33. I'll start off with the truck that it attaches to. It has these big, gigantic jet engines attached to the front. I don't know why the EJSA put those there. I don't know if they wanted to go fast while it was on the ground or just needed to move it quickly. That's just what they did. I love Doug. The imitation is flattery there, you know. This thing exceeds in all categories, especially the shuttle category, and it is 100% reusable, bridging a major capability in spaceflight dexterity. So for the spaceflight score, I'm going to give it a 1 out of 10. For reusability, I'm going to give it a 2 out of 10. Lands is a strong word for our SSTO. This one lands just fine. What are you talking about? All right. Okay. So, game face, guys. I have no money. I have no money.
Discovery,
we have nothing.
go at throttle up.
I cannot screw up an integration step here. All right? Completely serious. Completely serious for a second. Base man. 27-month resub. Or wait, no, Bassman. Bassman. It's Bassman. Sorry. Yes, fixed. Maybe hired, yeah. Okay, the payload truck with our extension vehicle satellite is here. It's already on board. All right. Flip on the lights on the crane for integration. What we need to do with the crane is I need to dock the crane to the pad. Okay, so we're going to go in here. We're going to go control from here. Control from here. And because I put a new version of the pad out, I need to mess with the cow controllers just a little bit. Forward and back motion needs to be set to 2. Forward and back motion is set to 2. Let's check the crane for movement. Crane is looking good. All right, make sure I have this docking port set to control, and make sure we have these configured for with the right damping settings here. Okay, the right damping settings are correct. So the first thing I need to do to prevent a Kraken strike on the crane when we go to dock the SSTO to the pad is to attach the crane to the pad right there. Is this our Falcon 1 moment? Yeah, kind of. Yeah, but hired, I have a ton of experience landing planes on the runway with a choppy frame rate, so I don't know what I'm gonna do in real time, you know? You son of a gun, I'm in. Alright. Let's get magnetized there, so the docking port is magnetized. What happens if we go bankrupt? I don't know. I'm gonna have to bail out. I'm gonna need a bailout from chat. Okay, we're a little bit misaligned because that won't go past 89.7. So what I gotta do is set the aligner air brakes. To move the crane into the right position. Now the crane is completely aligned. We should be able to just back it up and get 89.9 here. There we go. Crane is in the aligned position. Okay, we got a good dock. Now, cycle the throttles, jet truck. You can get a bailout from you. Russian company can buy you out as a bailout. A reason to use the new flags. Oh, jeez. Huh. Oh, they were deployed. There's the problem. Okay. Alright, yeah. I took them out of the deployed state there. There we go. I was wondering why they were getting stuck. They usually don't get stuck like that. Who do I send money? I don't need that. But yeah, Da Vinci, those are why the jet engines are there, so I can push it up the ramp. Even if it didn't get stuck, I'd still need some extra to push it up. Yeah. I wish I could, like, gear the electric motors or something. But, yeah, it doesn't want to. Okay, so we're moving the SSDO into the pre-launch position where we can do payload integration. Okay. Let's get the alignment brakes up into position. This is going to make sure that we are perfectly aligned with the pad here. Okay. Last, please. What's up, Tessa? I'm sorry, I'm really focusing on this. How about this? 56 bedrooms. Hope Cove nuclear bunker sold for 433,000 pounds. Yeah. Yeah, no, that's cool. I like that. Alright, let's check for alignment real quick before we push this thing totally into position. Our heading is 180.5 at 5 degrees pitched up. Or 0.5 degrees pitched up. Let's check the SSTO. The SSTO is at 180.3. And she has a little bit of roll there. Alright, now 180.4. 1/10 of a degree is enough. Let's raise the back end up, and that should get us a dock right here. Comes with its own broadcast system with a huge antenna. Nice. We're much too high. What do we need to do? We gotta Okay, our alignment is way off. So move these out again. Okay, those are touching, basically. Bring them down. Now bring these down a little bit. Still a little bit too high. Okay, bring it down a little bit more. Don't give me any trouble now. Just give it a little bit of a nudge. Why aren't we going here? What's going on? Oh, we're a little bit misaligned. Alright, hold on. Let me... Why are we so misaligned? I don't understand. There it goes. Got it. Perfect alignment. We got no jump on the pad. All right, shut the jet engines off. Okay. What's our alignment on the SSTO? The SSTO is reading pitched up at 0.6, which is pretty close to what this was reading previously. Let's just make sure. 0.3. Huh. Hey. 0.6. Okay. We're a little bit off. Let's see if this docks here. Okay, the erector beam is attached. All right, that's a good sign. That means that's a good sign that we're good for an alignment for payload. That's good. It could be because the truck is still attached, so we'll undo the jet truck. There we go. Take the jet truck, control from here. Move the jet truck away from the pad. Haha, Sav, yeah? Jeez. Hey, Jaka. Yeah, holy jet trucks, EJ. Yeah. Yep. Okay. Vehicle's inside of the hangar. Here we are. Now, we gotta watch the docking ports. We need to make sure that those docking ports stay perfectly aligned. So I'm gonna... push the thing up into position. And while it's up in position, we're gonna cycle the auto struts on these ports here, like this. And that should knock them back into position correctly. Okay. Re-auto strut it. She ain't going nowhere. Alright. Cool. The launch box was locked out. Yep. Alright. Excellent. Let's open up the payload bay. Wow. Alright, we gotta take the old payload attachment fitting out, and that requires us to get the payload truck in position here. Bill is waiting with the truck. Getting the alignment mechanism into position here. Hey Cloudy, how's everyone? Good, good, good. I'm like in super focus mode right now because I really cannot afford to screw up. I have no money left. We have 1,800 bucks in the bank. I barely scrounged enough after the other SSTO crashed. I barely scrounged together enough to get the the small SSTO back up and running. Gotta be careful here, man. Gotta be very careful. Okay. We'll unbutton the payload here. And then we undock the crane from the vehicle. Would you like to develop a glide path? What do you mean, Pythos? The big SSTO performed its mission, Cloudy. It performed great, but we found a structural design flaw. Turns out the frame is the way I designed the frame. It's very good at compression loads, so on the way up it flies perfect. On the way down, you slam the landing gear too hard. The thing likes to rip in half. Yeah, there's a structural flaw. Yartnit helped me figure it out yesterday, and I had to do some testing, unfortunately, and I did. Between losing the SSTO and then the testing that I needed to do to figure out what was wrong, I really don't have any money left. So the keel is bending. My fuel tanks, the aft fuel tanks, the aft bilobe fuel tanks on the thing don't work very well. They don't, they shear off at over 5 meters a second. Long story short, I found there's a piece in the hierarchy where there's nothing connecting something to another thing, and the connection is too weak.
Discovery, go and throttle.
That's the easy way to put it. Hunts, 37-month resub, thank you. We're going to put new payload in. In here, and if I get this mission, if we complete this mission, there's two objectives. One of them is to, so like the payload that the big SSTO launched, guys, broke. So when the big SSTO launched a gigantic 20-ton payload into space, it was a lunar lander, but it's a lunar prospector. It mines fuel. Because it mines fuel, or it mines ore, right? Yeah, I need the Prospector satellite to be in the right orbit. The Prospector satellite didn't get into the right orbit, so I lost the SSTO and I failed the mission. That's why I didn't have any money. If that prospecting mission pays out, it should pay out about 300 grand. So we should be good. The secondary mission is obviously this satellite needs to get to its final polar orbit. So we have a mission extension vehicle. These things over here, the alligator hinges, are to literally grab the other satellite and then claw it, and then claw the thing. And then we can use this satellite with its monopropellant to move the other satellite into the right orbit, and then separate it, leave it there, and then circularize into the correct orbit. Into the orbit for a payout. If I complete both mission objectives, we're going to pay out about 400 grand. But gotta be careful. Okay. How do we fix the problem? I'm going to have to attach the tanks don't need to so much be redesigned, but they need to be attached in a different way. What are we doing on the flight this time? Flying into a bigger orbit? No, 85 by 85 should be enough for this. We got to go out to the moon, though. All right. I gotta strengthen up these guys so it carries the payload straight, because we didn't pick it up on the center of mass. It's supposed to be MEV, Snackless. Yeah, I kind of borrowed a couple of ideas from them. So the decoupler is the locator, and these things grab the back of the other probe, and then I have grip pads on the end, so they'll grip to it, and then we open up the claw and dock to it. It should work. I had chat test it for me. Hilness actually tested it for me. I hope so, Plunge. I hope it works. Yours worked pretty much exactly the same? Okay, good to know. So we need to control from here, and we need to shim this. What's this? What's the docking port on the SSTO reading for its upward? This guy right here. What are you reading? 89.7. That's the key. So this thing needs to be the reciprocal of that. Okay. It's reading the reciprocal for the most part within 2/10 of a degree deviation. Aligner brackets are moving us into the right position. This is a big one. Ready? Slowly. Payload's integrated. Payload's integrated. Okay, we're golden. Retracting the crane. What's the company making supersonic jet engines? There's two. There's Sabre with reaction engines, and then what's the name of the other one? I forget. The ones that are modifying the J-85s? I forget the name. Yeah, Hermes. There you go. Yeah, that's it. Okay. We're gonna deploy the crane landing gear here. And Glebless will now use her helmet to push the crane out of the way. We're stuck. She's stuck on something. We'll use the payload bay truck to move it. Close up the payload bay. Let's make sure all the fuel is closed out. Yep. It wasn't. Make sure all of your fuel is closed out. There we go. It took a little bit out, but it's okay. That's not a problem. That won't affect if that's the fuel margin. 0.12 units of fuel is the fuel margin, then we gotta be even bigger. That means the mission's catastrophically failed. Okay. I still have my work helmet from the military. It's scuffed to hell, but it's yours. There you go. Did you remember to turn on the external inertial dampers? Yes. Yeah. Yeah, and we have the... Yeah, we're back, and we have the combination, too. Turn off the lights on the crane. Bill. I know, I think I understand the reference, but I wasn't sure, Eagle. I wish I had a fuel depot, Ansel, but there's no places to mine fuel around here. What the heck is this crane locked in on? Let's undo its alignment brakes and see if we can push her now. Oh yeah. She's going now. Kinda missed the blah. Yeah. Yeah, hey. It is what it is, man. Yeah, Ansel, maybe. I'm not sure chat wants to see me run a plane flight just to fill the pad up with fuel every time. But, yeah, maybe. Can't you deliver raw ore and recover it for cash? Yeah. Did the pad take damage? No, this is a new pad, Pythos. Yeah, new pad, my brother. Okay. Well, the idea, MotoKid, that I had, if we were going to shovel fuel around or something, is when I go to design a plane, you don't design a plane that goes faster. You design a plane that's really, really stable at subsonic speeds, and you make it so it's fizz warp capable. Making something that's fizz warp capable is a lot better because it's easier. It's easier to make something strong that doesn't go very fast than it is to make something fast that's very strong. What I did before was made a plane that you could fizz warp around. Like, for instance, flying to the desert, which would usually take an hour, at 4 times fizz warp, it took 15 minutes. So I could start off a stream flying to and from the desert, no problem. And I could just be talking about what I'm going to do in the stream while we're flying out there. What is happening about moving the pad out? I held off on that project until we get more capital, Jim. I do want to move this pad because I want the big SSTO's pad right here. Okay. Is our forward strut attached? Forward strut is attached. Good. Okay, so let's get ready for hoisting operations here. Enable Launchbox Rotational Controller. Launchbox Rotational Controller is enabled. Enabling the Transporter Erector Rotational Controller, also enabled. The Master Rotation Controller, also enabled. Launchbox should be in the forward position at 0. TE Rotation should be in the forward position at 0. Perfect. Rotational Debug Controller should be offline, and it is. Next step here is to Unlock the launch box master hinge. This is the pins to hold the box in this place, in this position. Set that to the unlocked position. Launch box is set to unlocked position. Good. Next, the pins on the transporter erector master, or the erector master hinge, unlocked. Okay. Now, what we're going to do is go for pushing this thing upright. I'm going to open up the loops in the editor, and I forgot to make these modifications to the pad when we brought it out. Smooth out those curves a little bit for a nicer rotation. Okay, we are go for lifting 7 into position. Checklist is up here, man. Seven is being moved into the vertical position now. Lift looked good. Okay. Hey Zany, what's going on, man? Okay, the next thing we're gonna do is unlatch the erector attachment piece. Next step is crash to desktop. I guess it didn't want to undock that. I've been listening to a cool space podcast called The Space Above Us. Have you heard of it? No? The game crashed the desktop, chat. Oof. I remember my first potato computer with only 6 cores. Alright, well, let's see what happens here. Oh, that's cool, Zany. Neat. Please be okay. Wow. Yeah, we're a little bit behind in the timeline again. Yeah, that was a hard splody crash to desktop. Okay, let's pick up where we left off. We gotta move the crane out of the way again. What if we put jet engines on the cranes? Why? The truck, I already have a truck here. Why would I add more parts to do the same thing? To move it quicker. No, I'm not gonna do that, Papa Bear. No, this moves it plenty fast. If you did everything right, it should move it really easily. The reason I moved it with the truck is because I forgot that the aligners were pushing up against this thing. I find it's better to go slow and take your time with this. So I kind of, this is the other thing. It's better to go slow and take your time with this. So I find that tasks that do take a little more time help keep you organized in your head with the launch procedure. That's how I can memorize these checklists, because some of the processes intentionally are slow. And I'll be honest, if you're getting impatient, sorry, no, I'm not going any faster. Nah, that's not happening. Yeah, we're not doing that. I mean, with that being said, I could put jet engines on it, but I'll be honest, the other thing is, like, I don't really give a crap about that right now. I don't really care. That's not on my priorities list. Considering I can do it. Not what I was saying, but sure. To move it quicker. You want to move the thing quicker. How is that not what you were saying? I'm confused. You didn't say you're getting impatient. Oh, okay. Alright, gotcha. I don't want to do processes quicker, man. This stuff should be going slow. Now I gotta reset. Where was I? Okay, payload truck needs to move out of the way. Sorry, Bobber, I didn't mean to be like, oh, well, you're getting impatient. Nah, that's usually where the next question in the conversation. I'm trying to anticipate people's questions, not necessarily yours. I enjoy doing this, Funky. It's fun. It helps me, dude. This launch procedure helps me get into the right frame of mind. If that like kind of helps. I get into the right frame of mind to be able to drive like daily execution of missions by going through all the procedures. You're in a much better state of mind when you do stuff like this. Because before I decided, before I played mission mode, I would put something out on the pad, and mission mode forces you to check the payload. It forces you to check the vehicle. It forces you to check how you fuel the vehicle. It makes so you, like, all the stuff that you might forget when you put it out on the pad. Like in Kerbal, like, oh, I didn't fill it up with fuel. Here, let me launch. You go and hit the launch clamp, the thing falls and blows up, right? All of that, mission mode forces you to check, which I really, really do enjoy. It's fun playing this way. And it helps you get into the right state of mind for launching. Alright. Let's go here. All right. We're going to take a step back to the vertication, start of the vertication checklist. Debug controller is off. Launch table rotational controller is enabled in the forward position at 0. TE rotational controller is in the forward position at 0 and enabled. Next step is unlocking the transporter erector and then unlocking the launch box. Okay, we're free floating. Next thing here is to go to the master rotational controller. Set it to the enabled position, open the editor. Copy the curves. This is not really part of the checklist. I want this to slow down a little bit. Don't go as fast. It's going really, it was going fast and it was gyrating all over the place. Okay. Stand by. We are go for lift. It would be a bad idea to put fuel in the Mark III parts. I generally don't want fuel where I'm doing integration, Sea Kraken. Maybe another time, but I wanted a separated fuel farm so it's easier to select and it's easier to manage the fuel that I have on the pad. Yeah, Pop Bear, sorry. I was just trying to anticipate the conversation. I know that's not necessarily the next question that you're going to ask, but, you know, people often wonder why I go slow and why I'm intentionally slow with processes here. The idea is so you don't mess up, you know? Yeah, okay, cool. Sorry, now that I'm thinking about it, I kind of sounded like a dick. My bad, man. Yeah, see, much smoother this time around. Halfway. $75 degrees. 20 more degrees to go. You wanted to see the Firefly launch so bad, but my parents wouldn't let you? Oh, jeez, Flex. Well, that sucks. Why wouldn't they let you? What'd you do? Yeah, Wartang, a lot of rocket drifting going on lately. We think an engine failed at 15, T plus 15. We think an engine popped. But the important thing to understand is that this is a test flight. If it made it, all those satellites that were aboard, if it made it, you know, that was just a bonus. That was really a DFI flight, so a developmental flight. They were just you know, if it doesn't make it, it doesn't make it. It's not a problem. It sucks. You ideally want, you know, you want it to get to space, but if it doesn't, that's not a problem either. I know there are some guys that watch the stream that work at Firefly, so yeah, you know, that I've talked to. They're it's not that big of a deal. They honestly, they you know, you probably should get the next one right, but this game a lot of data. They found a couple of things here and there. Like, hopefully they found a couple of things here and there that they can improve. They'll be back. Trust me, they'll be back. Okay, so we're at 89.9. Let me reset the camera. I had one bad grade in my class, so my mom didn't let me go. Get better grades then, bro. Okay. The next step in the flight here is to undock the extension piece. Alright, so we're back up to where we were on the checklist. Let me just check what the reading is on the master hinges here. 89.7. Okay, she ain't locking out. Okay. So if that hinge doesn't lock out on the first try, what we got to do is go in here and hit the undock button. Okay.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Henry, gifted a sub to Funky Flex. Don't reward Funky Flex for getting a bad grade. Hey, Ismic, what's going on? If you ever get to the point where you're profitable enough, would you do an SSTO with this framework, but like what you were planning to do with the 375 meter parts, but use the 5 meter parts to make it a massive SSTO? Sea Kraken, the big SSTO is using 5 meter parts, yeah. Okay. We don't have a lockout procedure here, so disable the controller, set it to the reverse position. Cal controller is disabled. Master rotator control, set that back to the zeroed position. Okay. Alright, let's try to skip her through a time warp here and see what happens. Sometimes just letting the stuff settle helps. Okay. We'll bring the TE into a slightly semi-retracted position. Is Minecraft back on for tomorrow morning? Yep. Okay, launch box lockout is green. We're good. Check for alignment. Alignment is set at 89.2. It doesn't look like it is. It looks like that thing is pointed straight up, but it's alright. Next thing we're going to do is open up the fuel feed lines here. Okay, we're opened up and ready to go. Set the ground side separator system to the safe position. Ground side separator is set to safe. All right. Bring up the mission. Bring up the mission log. So this is EEG, experimentals group. What's the name of the sat? So we're at EEG 4. EEG 5 Prospector 1 mission extension vehicle. We're launching on LV-5A. You like the clickety-clacks? Orbital parameters 85 by 85. The SAT is going... Check this puzz. All engines were working on launch because the rocket has a TWR of 1.18. Around 13 seconds into the flight, engine number 2 failed, so there's a period of near zero or negative acceleration. The rocket resumed descent until the engine opposite number 2 was applying too much torque for thrust vectoring to overcome, at which point we hit the flight termination system. Absolutely was not expecting the vehicle to survive a power slide above Mach 1, and overall very happy with the performance. This is some anecdote from Reddit about Firefly. The engines on Flight 1 were some of the oldest and most tested engines, but we've made many improvements since, and I'm certain Flight 2 will be even better. Would have liked to get to stage separation because that's a dangerous time for new rockets. Yep, that's what I've been hearing too. Yep, Forge, that's... everything there was right. Yeah, those engines are some of the oldest Reaver engines made. That's right. I was waiting for that information to come out to say anything. I was curious if Timmy said it, but, What keyboard and switches do you use? I use a DOS Keyboard Professional. The thing is frigging 10 years old. Decade old, constant use. Chat, I'm taking a poll. Okay. Should I have a third glass of wine? Yes. Chat, you're killing me. We don't have a T0 time coordinated just yet. Payload mass is 1.937 T. Launch Complex 1A first. This is the 121st flight total from this pad. Vehicle is SN07, which will be flying on its 4th flight. 5th flight total. 4th flight without being recovered. 5th flight total with refurbishment. This is how many flights it's flown with refurb. That's how many flights I've flown since the last refurbishment. This is the 4th time without being recovered. This is the EEG-1 commercial SAT and Prospector 1 mission. Prospector 1 rescue. We'll just say rescue mission. Alright. Chat, any outstanding issues here? Did I miss anything? Set that into that position there.
Hi. Chat, I need EJ's opinion.
Don't drink more than 4.
So this is what's left in the bottle. And it's 10%.
Okay.
Could I either finish the bottle, or am I gonna, like, hate myself?
Have one more.
Okay.
Only one more.
Okay.
Or just one more.
I ask why you say that, but then you're probably right, so I don't need you to justify it.
You're already too deep, okay?
Chad, is this bad? Am I an alcoholic, Chad? No, don't say that! Don't nod your head, you're gonna make me feel bad!
Take the bottle away.
No! No!
Give me the bottle.
No.
Give me. Yep, that's wine.
You don't like it?
I don't drink wine.
Primo, this is an intervention, but I started it. If it's an intervention, you have to surprise me. So, it can't be an intervention. Why are you scrolling up?
Double check payload lockout. Payload is locked out. Oh, unless the save. Yeah, Tars, that's a good point. Thank you.
I'm surprised we knew you were... Okay, I'm gonna go have one more bottle, because that's what my keeper says I should have, is one more glass. I'm not gonna have one more bottle, I'm gonna have one more glass, and I'm gonna finish La La Land. And that's how I'm gonna feel at the end of La La Land, is like I'm in La La Land. Don't you love me? You love me! I'm gonna hate myself tomorrow. I never rewatch the VODs where I've been drinking.
I thought we were going into space here. Jesus. I thought we were going into space. Damn, man. Damn. She's freaking gone, bro. Primo, what planet are you on? Congrats. She blasted off hours ago. Yeah, we're behind, dude. Is Primo okay? It's been a stressful week, John. Long story short, dude, Primo has been a little... because one of her coworkers, like... You know when you're working on a project at work and there's people that have different varying levels of involvement? The project that she's working on, the guy there with the highest involvement decided to leave. So this week is, he got another job. So this week has been a little bit... Yeah. You know what I'm talking about? Like, you know, you're working on a team project and somebody, like, kind of takes the reins on it. Yeah, that guy's leaving. So Brimo's been a little stressed out because of it. I don't blame her. It would stress me out too. Yeah, that stuff sucks. So yeah, that's what I mean. And Chivo, that's what I mean when I'm like, Bree, yeah, you can have another one. It's justified this week. Now, if Bree was doing this every week, then I'd be concerned. But I know she doesn't do this every week, you know. Well, that's 25% over the career last few months. You might want to see this. Forge, what is this? Was ist das?
Space launch is missing all of the key factors that make commercial air travel affordable. And
Hi,
on
Andy.
demand. Commercial customers are looking for low cost, they're looking for schedule flexibility, and they're looking to get to orbit as fast as possible. Traditional approaches don't meet those three needs.
We think we're really well positioned to serve that market and fill the gap in supply that exists today and is only getting exponentially larger tomorrow.
Devin?
Stoke is building 100% reusable rockets designed to operate at an ultra-high flight cadence. That is our singular focus.
We have, as a community, demonstrated that rockets can be reused at something like a prototype level. The next step is to turn it into something that's operationally reusable.
Achieving full operational reusability together with high cadence launch is essential to creating order of magnitude cost reductions, as well as unlocking a paradigm shift towards seamless
What
access
the frick is that? Holy balls, it's SCRV.
to space.
The
Holy
ability to
balls, it's SCRV!
integrate
Yes! Awesome! Oh my god, I'm so
is
happy.
the most important part of the engineering process.
By bringing manufacturing and rocket engine testing in-house, we're able to design fast, build fast,
Bro!
A small team of highly capable people.
What is SCRV? I'll tell you in a
is
second. I'll tell you in a second.
Much more capitally efficient and much more time efficient way to get from nothing to viable product.
Excuse me? What the frick?
And that's our approach.
Who are you people? Where did you
A
people
service
come
at
from?
3 times lower cost than what's available today. It also opens entirely new
Who are
markets
these?
that
Who,
we believe
Forge,
the
where,
industry
where,
is thinking
who,
about.
who are you?
You can think about it like the
Devin,
iPhone
who
operating
are you?
system or the Apple App Store. We're creating the foundation upon
Ew,
which
App
people can
Store.
innovate and
Bro.
build new things.
The inevitable future is where you're not throwing away rockets after every
Who
launch.
are
We
you?
want to build the rocket that flies every day to every orbital destination and serves an unthinkable number of
He said
customers.
serve.
Come ride with us as we create routine travel to and from orbit in a seamlessly connected Earth and space.
Who are you people? Where did you come from? So, okay, all right. So, what is SCRV? Real quick. All right. So okay. Chrysler. SCRV was Chrysler. Yes, Chrysler, the car company. Chrysler SCRV was their bid on the space shuttle contract in the early 70s. SCRV basically had a Dream Chaser on the top, and you had a first stage that was shaped like a pod. The first stage is shaped like a pod. So, it SSTOs up into space, single stage to orbit, and then it comes back down, and when it comes back down, it's shaped like a freaking pod, so it doesn't matter. It used retractable flaps here, right, with engines pointed in, and the heat shield on the way up is an aerospike. It works like a toroidal aerospike, because the shape of a toroidal aerospike and a heat shield is not that far off, right? So on the way up, it has these flaps that are down here open, and it turns into an aerospike. And on the way down, those flaps close, and it turns into a heat shield. Okay? The idea is if you make your stages shaped like a pod, they'll come down like a pod, and they can land. Okay? If you look at Stokes, like their little visual representation, they're doing something a little bit different. But their second stage is shaped like a pod. And it has engines burning on the outside of the heat shield, just like SCRV. Stroke. Nice. Yeah. That's awesome. I hope that works. Dude, I wish them all the best. That's so cool. Oh, that is so freaking cool. So basically, you know how like Dragon 2 had for a while, Dragon 2 had the retro landing systems, the propulsive retro landing, right? Literally that. It's same thing. Same thing.
Together with high cadence launch.
Stage separation at 7 minutes. That's gotta be a methane first stage. There's no way a Kerolox stage is gonna burn that long. It could even be hydrogen. Check this. Stoke Space stakes its claim in the launch industry. Where the heck did these guys come from? I can't believe that.
is essential to creating order of magnitude cost reductions, as well as unlocking a paradigm shift towards seamless access.
That's insane. I hope they do it. That's awesome. It's more, yeah, it's a Falcon 9 with it. Yeah, it kind of like it. Yeah, it's more like a DCX second stage. That's really cool. I wish them the best, man. That's a really awesome design. I'm really happy. Everybody's throwing their hat into the ring with all these old school designs. We just need somebody to bring back Venture Star now. Okay. Payload is locked out. Let's coordinate a T0 time. Year 5, day 69, nice. 00, 11, 5. Oh, no. Let's just go 12. Yeah, Dead Crew, it's pretty cool. I hope they do it. All right. We're go for fueling operations. I'll check the website later, guys. You know what? We can do that for Space News tomorrow. Let's look into that. Okay. Bringing up the Mark II tanks here. Mark II fuel tanks are open. We need 4 X216s here. 1, 2, 3, and 4. Second Mark II tank is in position. Okay, all fuel tanks are open on the vehicle. Okay, chatter, we go for fueling. Website's pretty bare, yeah. Okay. Go for fueling. Started fueling into 7 here for the 4th time. We can time warp through the fueling. Okay, fueling is complete. We need to, the next thing we need to do is establish fuel tank rebalance. We are at T-minus 3 minutes and counting. Fuel tank rebalance in progress. Rebalancing is confirmed. Okay. Next step in the flight here is to bring up the main control surface and get ready for groundside gas closeout here. What's up, Louiso? Why are we doing the Bible thump face? Is something wrong? Holding the count currently. Okay. All right. I'm going to keep going. We're resuming the count. T-minus 2 minutes and 40 seconds. Checking on engine throttle positions. Throttle position is good. Both the engines still reading with the overclock. Next step here at T-minus 2 minutes is thrust vector control checkout. TVC checkout should be happening here, and also engine thermal conditioning. T-minus 3, 2, 1. Mark. Stand by for TVC checkout. TVC checkout is confirmed. YPR is showing good. Okay. Next step is beginning groundside gas closeout here. Disabling the crossfeed. First stage is press for flight. Reading a full tank of gas. Okay. Next step here will be groundside separation system master arm. Thrust vector control is showing green. How's the weather, chat? Too windy? It's not windy at all. What are you talking about? Probe state is go. Yeah, the probe's okay. If it's too windy, lower the air conditioner. Check the deployed weather unit. The strong back retract should be happening actually pretty much now. Strong back is set into the reverse position. T-minus 1 minute and counting. Groundside separation system is armed. T's and erector is moving into the fully retracted position. T-minus 1 minute in real time, 30 seconds in game. We're running at about a 50% sim rate. Report range status. Status check. Go EEG 5, Prospector 1 MEV. You are cleared to proceed with terminal count. T-minus 20 seconds and counting. Vehicles, go for auto sequencer, start T-minus 20. T-minus 10. 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2. Go for main engine start. 1, ignition. And we have a liftoff. Liftoff, SN7, carrying the Prospector 1 mission extension vehicle and experimental electronics group number 5 satellite destined for the moon. Vehicles go for roll program. Roll program is complete. Vehicles now pitching down range. Pad is looking good. Chad reporting no fires on the pad. Nice. Dynamic pressures 7 kilopascals and increasing. Vehicles traveling at 140 meters a second, 3 kilometers in altitude. TWR is 1.62 and increasing. Vehicle is now 3/4 of its mass at liftoff. Stand by for maximum dynamic pressure. We have max Q, 13.4 kilopascals at 9,200. All systems looking good. Next step in the flight is supersonic. Vehicle's now supersonic. Come here, come here, come here. Okay, beginning the throttle back on the engines. Trajectory is looking good. Engine throttling back to 50. Minute 36 into the flight. All systems looking good here. Vehicle is now 1.3 kilometers a second on its ascent. Beginning the deep throttle. We've put the engines into deep throttle mode. It does. Yeah, it's 2-stage. Okay, the next step in the flight will be main engine cutoff here. Everything's looking good, guys. Yeah, DV readouts are looking good. Got nominal performance thus far. torpedoes crossing 1.8 kilometers a second. At 4/5 of the way to orbit now. Stand by for main engine cutoff. Okay, we have MECO confirmed. Shutting down the main engines. All systems looking good. Here, stand by for ohms 1 burn for circularization. Okay, firing the ohms engines now. Stand by for the call for nominal orbital insertion. Have a handover through Tejas 1.
Discovery, go and throttle up.
J Shelf, 16er. Thank you. Guys, just to be sure, I messed up the burn a little bit. We're just going to put these things back on here and push that up a little bit. It's not going to be as efficient, but it's alright. I know that's not very realistic, but I don't want to take the risk. Okay, we're on orbit, 86 by 71, slightly off nominal. Uh, 86 km by 71. We can adjust though, it's no problem. How much delta V do we have left? 196. Okay, gotta be careful. We gotta do an ohms 2 burn to lower our apogee to 185 on the dot. Let me open up the payload bay here. Let's check on the payload. Everything's looking good. Yep. Payload's looking real good, real sharp. All right. Oh crap! No, 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 no! Damn SAS. I had it still set to a. I think I had it set to a prograde lock. Could have done without using that fuel. Come on, guy. Oh boy. Okay, everything's looking good here thus far. It really does look like its bigger brother, doesn't it? We're gonna go around to the AP, and now I'm gonna push that 71 up. Almost 3. Okay, 85.2 by 85 no. We're 85.0, we're good. 85 no, nice. All right, looking good. Yeah, we were just down there a second ago. 85, no. 85, no. I don't have that unlocked. The better probe maneuvering. Okay. Shut down the maneuvering systems. Okay. What we're now going to do is disconnect the struts here, holding the satellite in position. Strut disconnect confirmed. Unlocking the dispenser, and we will now move the dispenser into the upright position here. Yeah, my avionics are cheap right now, John. I haven't unlocked the better avionics. All right. Dispenser is in the upright position. Stand by. We're going to move the SSTO using its gyro. It's using the gyros, the onboard gyros. Do you have a sound pack? Nope. Okay. Stand by for payload deploy. We are go for payload deploy. We have a good payload deploy of EEG-5 Prospector 1 MEV. Nominal deployment. Unlocking the monopropellant systems on board the vehicle. Separation confirmed. Okay. Got a good deploy on the satellite. Okay, we will do what we usually do and go for TLI with the payload first. Make sure I put this thing back into the position that it wants. Okay. All right. Leave that there. Okay. Got to open up the fuel tanks here. All fuel tanks are open. Set the moon as target. We're slightly inclined, which is okay. Let's make sure that we're doing this right. Just wiggling in and adjusting this thing as best as I can. So, I'm really going to take my time with these maneuvers, guys. We really got to be careful. Freeze prograde. That's a really stupid orbit to get into, but it's alright. Actually, having the PE, having the Paraloon very close to the tilt of the orbit is going to make this way easier. How do you stage lock? Alt-L. Might I suggest staging lock at this point? Sure. Stages are locked out. So that's the stranded probe's orbit right there. If we just keep going with this, if I can get the PE basically over this thing's orbital path, yeah, that's going to be really good. It'll be really easy. Really easy to get to it. How do you tell if you're locked? See the stage? See how that button isn't blinking? That's how you tell. Okay. We're going to move the probe into position here, and we're going to see roughly how long this is going to take by activating the engine. "12 minutes. It's not going to take 12 minutes. At T-4, wait, I gotta make sure I'm controlling from the right point. Okay, we are. Control point is set. Okay. Alright. Yep. We gotta wait just a teeny bit longer. There we go. Alright. Ready? The burn time is 16 seconds because it's reading the separatrons. Ready? We're gonna start the burn here. And then now we go yeet. We're stage locked. Unlock the stage. Okay, boost is up. Drop that. Later. Reading 2000 Delta V. We have a good yeet. Yeah, it sucks about the space junk, but to the moon. Hi. I could recover it some other time, yeah. I don't understand why I would want to, though. Who cares? There's the SSTO. Not sure why the SSTO is reading as a relay right now, but it's okay. Are we there yet? No. They give higher thrust to weight ratio, and they gave me the Delta V that I needed considering the size and weight restrictions that I had. It has a relay on it, yeah, I just don't know why it would assign it as a relay, dude. not? These little baby thrusters actually sip monopropellant. Really nice, actually. Alright, we don't need to do that all the time. Their baby thrusters sipping monoprop from their little sippy cups. Starting to go uphill here, so the further we get away from the PE, worse this is going to get. I couldn't tell if there was something inside the building in that picture that I sent today. I have no idea, dude. Goalie, I haven't had enough time to look at the pictures. Nice pictures, though. I blazed through them real quick this afternoon. Oh. Why does everybody love antennas? Because they're very relatable. AP is 2.5 million meters and increasing. No, our AP is too high. By the time we go around again, Pop Bear, the phasing will be all screwed up. Tokyo, you drunk? We're pretty much, actually we're like 2/3 of the way, easily 2/3 of the way there. Still reading 1600 Delta V left over. AP is past 5 million meters. This is what happens when you play the small sat game. Rockets can fart more efficiently than us, chat. Jeez. Okay. Stand by for a capture. Oh, money, dude. That's terrific. Stand by for engine cutoff. Mark, we got an engine cut. Perfect. Alright, so what I'm going to do, what we need to do now, the yellow orbit is the final orbit that we're going to. This one right here, Prospector 1, that's the one we want to get to right now. So what I'm going to do is we're going to capture around the moon. And when we capture, all I'm going to do is about as small a circularization burn as I possibly can. And then when we get out there, we have to do a nasty inclination change. The other way that we could do this that probably also would work is doing something like this. But that's not using the Oberth effect, right? So this way should be a lot less delta V, under 500 if we do this way. We want to change, you ideally want to change inclinations of orbits. So the triangles, see the purple triangles? You want to do that when you're far away from a planet, not close. In this case, the further we are away at the moon, the easier it is going to be to tilt our orbit to get to this orbit right here. A mid-course inclination change would be better. No, I have the phasing, Pop Bear. You said check the phasing, so I checked the phasing. This is perfect. It's perfect. Yeah, this is very good. If we wanted to insert polar, that would be fine. But if I insert polar, that means we're going to insert polar this way. Over the moon this way. Not that way. If we wanted to get into the ideal phasing, the moon would need to be over there somewhere. This is pretty damn close. This is like, it's not exact phasing that we were looking for, but this is about as close as you can get with it being out of phase. We're 90 degrees off, which is fine. That's totally okay. All right. All right, let's leave that there, and we'll bring 7 back down onto the runway. Isn't the moon getting a bit crowded? No. Want to see what low Kerbin orbit looks like in my save? You think that's, oh, that's nice. That's nice and good, yeah. That's what it looks like. These are all the commercial payloads I've ever launched in this game. I set them as science so they don't get in my way. How much fuel do we have? 239. We have to be careful with the fuel again. Okay, 7. Stand by for the retro burn. Why not set them as debris? Because I set debris as debris. Again, adjust the pad, lower the blocks, relieve stress on those pistons. Wrong launch pad, Sandswolf. That's the big boy's launch pad. Small launch pad doesn't do that. It's a kink that I have to work out with the big one. Remember, this isn't the big one. This is the small SSTO. Yeah, it's for the big one. But good looking out either way. Thank you. You got the right idea, man. All right, speed brake controls are up. Yaw controls are initiated. Body flap is good. All right, let's go over here. Okay. Retro burn is on board. We have a 56-second burn, which means we're going to burn it right around T-minus 30 seconds. That should be more than enough. Okay, dispenser is in the locked position, closing the payload bay doors. Yeah, I label debris as debris. I label commercial satellites as science experiments because they're science experiments, but they ain't my science experiments. Zero rush, but when you're done, check Discord DMs. What's up, my dude? Yo! yeah, Sawyer, you like that. Yeah, that's cool, man. Very cool. That's really neat. Congratulations. But it's a Sawyer's talking about a super secret squirrel thing. I missed the burn time. I missed the burn. Go around. We can spend one more day on orbit. That's fine. No, it's not a problem at all, dude. Who cares? It's just one more. Totally fine, dude. Alright, just in case I forget, I'm going to set ship state to not relay. To not be a relay here. Let's rename the vessel, set it as a ship, make sure we're controlling from the forward docking.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Okay. Stand by for the burn. Hey, Frank, 14 months. Thanks, dude. Will you terminate some of the crash, not crash to save? It's not going to crash to save, dude. Okay. 5 till the retro burn. Okay, burn's done. Shutting down the orbiter maneuvering system. Gonna trim out the body flap here. Master body flap control. Set to 95.8. Alright, let's bring her down. I'm gonna set us over to fine control here for the RCS. Gore-Tex, not much. Nothing just yet. The big SSTO broke again. But I figured out why. We figured out what was the problem. Something I probably should have done earlier, but... Oops. Where do you aim? I put my PE over here, and I stay at a certain angle of attack all through re-entry, and then plunge. Basically, what I try to do is I try to get this thing to stall directly over KSC and then fall down to the runway. That's the right way to say that. RCS is on. We have engaged low thrust RCS here. Okay, stand by for entry interface. I figured out the tanks were the issue, Tars, and I figured out exactly where the tanks were the issue. Yarg helped me figure it out yesterday. That's why I have no money, because I spent $500,000 blowing up a bunch of prototypes. 8.1, 8.2, 8.3, 8.4, and 8.5. We blew up all of them. Yeah, that's the reason why I have no money. But I figured out exactly where it blows up and why. Long story short, structural. There's a Jesus nut in the chassis of the SSTO that doesn't... Yeah, it's not a good idea. Why are your indicators blue? I hit caps lock and put it into fine control mode. No, it wasn't the gears at all, Trek. The gears were inducing shear load. They were basically bumping the vehicle. The vehicle... The way I designed it was like a rocket, have the engines pushing up on it, and that it flies great in that regard. I didn't design the thing to be thrown onto a runway. Yeah, I didn't design it to do that. It can't, the fuel tank, the mounts for the two aft fuel tanks can't take that bump. They shear off, and my fuel tanks break off and start bouncing around inside of the aeroshell, which causes the whole thing to explode. Yard helped me fix it yesterday. He helped me troubleshoot it by taking the fuel tanks and mounting them instead of mounting them to the fairing mounts. He mounted the fuel tank to the main structural brace. Thing works great. Yeah, works just fine. He was crashing that thing in the runway. It was just bouncing off. So we should have the fix. I basically need to rip apart the big SSTO and just change the fuel tank placement, which is going to take a second, but that's all right. And then I need to redo all the struts. It's probably going to take me a whole stream to do that. How do I trim my plane out? Disable SAS and hold left alt and hit WASD, Q, and E and watch these things trim back and forth. To reset it, hit Alt X. Let's check on our trajectory right now. Trajectory is looking good. I know the exact thing. I could redo the fuel tanks, guys, or I could redo the fuel tanks, or I could try to figure a structural fix. Would the small SSTO benefit from a similar fix? Nah, not really. I have to do more research and development, guys. It's gonna take a second. The big SSTO, yeah, major setback, to be honest with you. That's why I pressed the small one right back into service. No, Pythos. I didn't. Ran out of time. I wanted to continue Space News for just a teeny bit longer. Chat wasn't having it. Okay, we've started our deceleration. You should implement Yarg's solution to get rolling. No. What are you, nuts? No. No, absolutely not. Why would I? No, Havocs, get rolling? No. No. Absolutely not. I have to make sure that the aerodynamics are the same. No way. Thanks, Vid. I'm glad you like it. No. I have to make sure that Yarg's tank placement has the exact same aerodynamic properties. That's very important. Have to have the same aerodynamic properties. If we don't, the thing could fly differently. And it's very important to make it fly exactly like this one so I know what it's going to do during re-entry. That's why with the big SSTO, I didn't need to guess its re-entry trajectory, Havocs. Didn't need to guess. See what I'm saying? You don't want to do that. I don't want to just go changing the entire structure of the vehicle and just being like, yeah, okay, it can survive the landing, it's fine. You got to remember, the way I had it built, it did everything else just fine and didn't survive the landing, right? We want to make sure we don't implement too hasty of a change. I mean, get rolling as in get in testing Yarg's fix, not rolling as in do missions. Oh, okay, I misunderstood. Never mind then. Yeah, Rivian. Yep. Trajectory is looking
Discovery,
good.
go and throttle up.
Lick, I gifted a sub to Grace too. Everything's looking good. Hey, Sai, what's going on? Should be about 1900 crossing the coast here. Okay, we're looking good. Beginning the first S turn here. Shields up. Hey, Maxim. Are you almost able to feel the big SSTO? I fielded it the other day and crashed. Again. And then the payload that I deployed also crashed. Well, not crashed, it's stranded. We're on our way, we're fixing it right now. Trajectory's looking good. Coming out of the fiery stuff, she's holding just fine. Everything's looking real good here. Sonic booms heard at the Kerbal Space Center. We are under Mach 2. Vehicles transonic. Okay, we're subsonic. Bring the nose down. What the hell? Why do we land at night? Because we can. Come on. Okay, take this out of the deployed state for better pitch control. Okay, 7's coasting to its final heading alignment point here to line itself up with runway 27. Seven now making its final heading alignment turn. Final heading alignment turn. Stand by for the gear. We are lined up with the runway. Once again, that probably would have blown up the big one if we had landed it, but reset body flap controls, shutting off air surfaces here. 7 is back, rolling out on the runway, closing out all aerodynamic surfaces. Aerodynamic surface closeout is confirmed. Climb rate was around 2. I can get it lower than that. Alright, SN7 getting for all out here on the runway on 27. Okay, we have wheel stop. Landing date Y5 day 6 nice. 02:38:33. Orbiter landed runway 27. We're not out of the woods yet, though. Okay. Let's, we got a little bit of work to do out at the moon, so what I'm going to do is we're going to get the jet truck, and the jet truck's going to go grab the thing now. Thanks, guys. Yeah. But we're not out, like I said, we ain't out of the woods here yet. I got to go get it. I'm going to get it, and we'll tow it back over here into its hangar, so to speak. But we can take solace knowing that it's flown 4 missions without being recovered. Everything is looking real good. Like, if this mission fails, we don't have enough to refuel it. I still have some fuel left over, Pop Bear. Yeah. So, I do. I might... It would be close. It would be really close. Yeah. However much fuel, $1,800 it gets me, will determine whether I can fill that thing up again, you know? Probes out there. The small SSTO is crew rated, guys. Yeah, crew rated. That thing can launch people into space. In fact, that's probably its next mission. The next mission is to go rotate the crew off the station. We'll put the crew tank in there and we'll fly it. Where's the big SSDO parked currently? Another one is being made. Oh, jeez. Come on, jet truck. Another one is being made per mission mode lore. The last one touchdown was right around here, and it blew its brains out, pretty much. Plunge, yeah. The big SSDO doesn't have a parking spot right now, unfortunately. Oops. Yeah, a little bit touchdown over there, a little bit touchdown over there, yeah. That docking port's awfully bent. What is this one? 1/3 the scale? About 1/4. Just my opinion, but use the small SSTO for small cargo and crew and have the big SSTO as cargo only until the issues are ironed out. I mean, that's pretty much exactly what I've been doing. Yeah, your opinion is pretty much correct. Yeah. So, a little bit of reference. This thing can only move about 2 tons into space, give or take. 2 tons. The big one can move 36. The big one could pretty much put this thing into space if it was riding on its back. Yeah, pretty much. I don't need to do that though. No, I'm not doing that. Yeah, Core, I really wouldn't do over 36, to be honest. The TWR would suck. I'm going to say 20 would probably... 20 to... Well, 25, actually. We'll rate it for 25. I think 25 is perfect. Seven, though. 7's really doing work. Okay. Yes. You know, there's a, you know, bump there, right? Just a speed bump. Yeah, that's why we have these curb feelers there. But this thing did come back down. I mean, I'm getting pretty good at flying this thing. I consume less and less fuel every time, dudes. I mean, 380. So we have 380. 760 liquid fuel. Yeah, dude, look at that. We have freaking... Oh, no. Oh, there's oxidizer there. Okay, I get it. I don't think I mean, maybe a overclock core, but I'd rather have the margin with the big one. I've literally never had any fuel problems with that thing. If anything, we had fuel problems landing. But we could just dump the fuel overboard. That's not a big deal. I had a question. Would it make any sense to have a version of the small SSTO without a cargo bay? Crew only permanently attached. Yeah, Ciro, everybody asks that because they want to see a Mark II fuselage there. But the problem is that subbing out fuel for crew is not a good idea. It's just better if they fly in the payload bay. I usually wouldn't do that, but it's an SSTO. I wouldn't have crew fly in a payload bay. That's really kind of against my building mantra. But in the case of the SSTO, that's how they would have done it. So, in the case of the X-33, build 100-ton. Yeah. Nice, Hellfish. We don't have to go again. I have to go grab... We're going to mess with the satellite now. Okay. The SSTO is quote-unquote back in its hangar. This is the empty payload truck. Let's recover that. The monster flies. Let me see, Snackless. Oh, it looks great. You did a good job. It looks good. Yeah, that was only in case circumstances, though, Pythos. But yeah. Can you imagine? That would be one heck of a ride. All right. So at least the SSDO is their major milestone overcome. But here's what we got to do now. Let's grab this. My new Mark III shuttle with lights at night trying to fly back to KSP. Well, the shuttle looks good. You're getting there. Udval, there has been a ridiculous amount of subs thrown around this stream. I can't tell you how much I think that I, you know, tell you how much how thankful I am for the support that I get here. It's, I mean, it's a pretty big dream, dude, to just stream professionally, you know? It's pretty awesome. Oh, Drunk Mo is here. It flies, but it's got such a nasty roll issue. That looks good, Thomas. I'm not really sure what it is, but it looks cool. Okay, we're basically going to start the burn here for circularization. We got 2 minute 45, so 1 minute 25, give or take, somewhere around there. All right, here we go. You work your butt off every day. We love it. Thanks for what you do. My pleasure. Mini B2-ish. Oh, okay. I thought about finishing the bottle. But I didn't because you said not to and you're a good girl. Okay. You're not that drunk. Trippy. Them patched conics, though. I have Kerbal basically set in a way to tell me like the next 20 orbital captures that I can do. So like if I bounce off the Minmus, bounce back to Kerbal, bounce back to Minmus, bounce back to Kerbal, bounce back to the moon, that's what those trajectories you're seeing are. There was a point where we hit a resonant orbit and, you know, we had another intercept, but I don't need that. That little ant engine's doing some real good work here. See, there's a resonant one. We'll probably hit like one or two more before we capture. Yep, there's one. There's a Minmus intercept. Alright. Wow, you know how rare that actually is? Okay, stand by for capture. Alright, let's grab that prospecting.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Yep,
Discovery,
there
go
she
at
is.
throttle up.
Hey, Mayan, what's up, dude? 38-month resub. Thanks, man. Why? See, now that I'm further away from the moon, because I'm further away from the moon, we this maneuver is not going to take anything. We're gonna have 1,000 Delta V left over to grab this thing. And we're almost in phase with it too, which is pretty cool. Can I get a good rendezvous with the thing? Let me go in here and just mess with this a little bit.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
We gotta be precise with this one. Anonymous gifter gave Twitch a tier 1 sub. All right. Thank you. This is the satellite we need to rescue. That's good. I'll be able to get it there. We have 1,200 Delta V left. Alright, let's time warp out there. Hi, Twitch. Been a big fan for a long time. EJ needs to stream drunk. No. I did that once. Okay, his burn time is 1 minute 56. So at T-minus 1 minute, we will burn. We'll do our burn here. An anonymous gifter gave YouTube a sub. T-minus 30 seconds until we burn. We have to be very precise with this, but I have monopropellant for a precise insertion. We're going to take a huge U-turn here out by the moon. T-minus 10 seconds.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
An anonymous gifter gifted Team Fordzilla. Team Fordzilla. Are these even real people? Thank you.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Oh, gross! Predominant, I know it's you. Don't do that. Only Predominant would gift a sub to frigging Chevrolet. Team Fordzilla is Ford's esports team. They had an ad during Gamescom and they pronounce Mach-E as Mac-E. Ford Mac-E? No, it's Mach! Damn it! Ugh. Just... Ah! Ford would never sponsor me, you know why? I hate them. I can't stand the Mach-E. I hate it. I hate it so much. I don't hate it. The Mustang thing really hurts
Discovery,
me.
go at
That's
throttle
okay.
up.
Anonymous gifter gifted Tesla a sub. Oh boy. And Mazepin.
Discovery,
Mazepin. You should gift one to an F1 driver that actually uses their Twitch account. Gift a sub to Leclerc or Norris or something.
Discovery,
Swap
go at
thing.
throttle up.
Alright. Hang on. Something gifted a sub to Pete
Discovery,
JK28.
go at throttle up.
Hey, thank you. All right. Well, shoot. That's what I'm talking about. He's gonna see the notification and be like, who the hell is this? Okay.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Welsh. 23-month resub. Okay, we changed directions here. Going over the poles. Whoa, what a view! There you are, Prospector. I'm coming for you.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Oh, jeez, no. Oh, how many was that? 5 subs from Radioactive. Thank you. Seven's back on the ground, Bino. Yep. All right. What's the TWR? 1.12. Okay.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Chardy's 66-month resub. And then MC. Dude, that's September. This September thing, though. Jeez.
Discovery,
Alright.
go at throttle
MC gifted 5. Dude, that's like 200 subs today, dude. Like, I don't even like saying that. Oh, my goodness. It's ridiculous.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Zero. Oh my goodness. The chat is just sub alerts.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
What the what? I don't know what to do. What do you want me to
Discovery,
do?
go at throttle up.
I can't see. What do you want me to do? I don't even know what that was. Shaw gifted 10. Socks had an 8-month resub, and then there was an Anon gifter in there
Discovery,
too.
go at throttle
What
up.
the hell just happened? I'm trying to dock this thing, man. I'm gonna crash.
Go at throttle up.
Oh no. Henry, you've given enough. Moist tips in there too. What the hell? What's wrong with you? What's gotten into you?
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Oh my goodness. So toast. Can we? Shardy's gifted 10 subs. Thank you. Heavy Metal Rain had a 20-monther in there. Okay, all right. Don't bonk the satellite. No bonka. That's ridiculous. That's ridiculous. Oh, hi, Prospector. Henry gifted us up to PBJ time. Jeez, what else is gonna happen here? Dude, I've lost track. I've tracked. There's a T in there. I've lost track. I have no idea. I don't know. I don't know, Jeff. I must have missed that. A red card.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Yeah, you guys just keep doing your thing, man. Okay, strong man, just keep doing your thing.
Discovery, go at
She's
throttle
got huge tracts of land. Thatcha, what's up, dude?
Discovery, go at throttle up. Discovery, go at throttle up.
Somebody gifted Jim Bridenstine a sub? Does he even have a Twitch account?
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Glitched. Oh, great. Now, you're just gonna go. Why are you going bothering him for? Benno! Why you go? Jesus Christ. What the heck? Apollo had bits in there as well. How do you change the camera? V, John, V.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Okay, probe will now extend the grabber mechanism here. Could we ever get a gym emote? I'm not sure.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Bandit. Oh, jeez.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Okay.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
I don't understand. Why did Sarah had 10 more, an anonymous gifter had 5, Benno cheered 1,500, Jim had a 10-bit tip in there. Oh my goodness.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
All right, here we go. We gotta hook that decoupler right there.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Salaraith had 100 bits. We gotta hook the decoupler. Come on, baby.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Help me understand. Just how? Keep it down in there. Just help me understand. Hey, Raz, what's going on? All right. If we hook the decoupler on the engine, then we can open up the clamps. Okay.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Not Jerma too? You just gonna go bother him? He's too busy doing Dollhouse. All right. Okay. All right, now deploy. Holy crap, it worked! Dude, mission extension vehicle! It freaking works! Oh, man, that's amazing! That's awesome! It freaking works! Dude! Oh, man! Oh!
Go and throttle up.
We docked to something precisely that has no docking port! I don't know. Thank you for all the subs, guys. Dude, mission extension vehicle! Look at that! It's just like how it's supposed to work. Oh my gosh, that's amazing. Oh, I'm so happy. I'm so happy right now. That's awesome. That is so freaking cool. All right. All right. Oh, that's so cool. All right, let's get it right there. Does that mean your stations can be even more insane? I don't know, man. I don't know. But that's awesome. I can't believe it freaking worked. I can't, like, oh, it's so cool. Look, we attached this thing to another satellite, man. That's so cool. Thank you for all the subs, guys. Benno with the bits, Rizix with the bits, dude. That's something. That is something. All right. All right. Now we do not fire that engine. Shut that engine off. Close that fuel out, right? We have a 33-second burn time. All we need to do is just wait till T-minus 15, punch the engines a little bit, get our AP below 1.0, and we're good. We're paid. Bro! Oh, Rocket Guy would love this. Rocket Guy would really, 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 really like this. So how does that work? I used the decoupler, because the decoupler is inside, is hollow. I used it to locate on the engine to get myself aligned, and then we use the arms to center ourselves directly behind it. And then I opened up the claw, and the claw attaches to the motor. This is a centering system, just so we soft captured basically. We soft captured, and now I should be able to perform orbital scan. Oh, yes. Oh, yes! See, the reason why I needed to align, guys, is because I needed my center of thrust completely lined with my center of mass. It had to be perfect. That's why I needed an aligning system. I can't believe it freaking worked! We have an extension vehicle! That's so goddamn cool! Oh, orbital scan, baby! Orbital scan! Haha! Get this off the screen. I don't want that right now. Oh, that's so legit, man. Nah, I'm prettying up this orbit. Screw it. We have the Delta V to do it. Yeah, we have the Delta V to get this done. Save just went SCE to auxiliary. I can't believe that this thing works. It's unbelievable. Stormy, 15-month resub. About time you built something in the game that works. Yeah, easy to say from the peanut gallery, dick. Did you guys gift subs to Ko and Germa? Why? Why? Dude, they're gonna be like, who the hell is this guy? Who's this wacko with the spaceflight obsession? What the heck? Thanks, Forfa. Yeah. Dude, that's so cool. You're gonna be like, who the hell is this? You know it's gonna be crazy when Germa, the dollhouse guy, is gonna be like, yeah, that guy's a nutcase. No, I'm not, I swear. I have Elon on my shirt, look. Dude, I can't believe it worked that well. I didn't think it would work that well. I'm really, really happy with that. Co had been previously subbed? Oh. Nick Newby, I saw you on an XQC stream. Yeah, at least that guy knows my face. I don't think he knows who I am, but that was cool. I got him to crack a smile, so I'll consider that a success. Now find me that retrograde.
Discovery, go and
And
throttle
just
up.
bring that sucker down a little ways. Most excellent. All right, so let's check out the seed here. You guys are still gifting out subs. NG gifted a sub to Varg Skeletor? I don't know who that is. Thank you. Thank you. Should probably stop wasting your time. What's that? Ericsson. That's awesome. Alright, let's take a look at the threshold on the moon here. Okay, toggle overlay. Let's find the highest concentration. Shoot. Is there any point with 100 on here? Nope.
Discovery,
Any
go
point
and
with
throttle up.
90? Nope. But the moon arch has a pretty high concentration. Here, let me switch the pattern. This is a little bit easier to see. Okay, so we're going to target the Luna 4 landing site. Any plans for my summer car for after hours in the future? Summer car is not in my prime rotation right now, but it is in the bullpen. So yeah, I'll play it again sometime soon. Outcast gifted a sub to Itty Bitty Teeny Weeny. Kaiser gifted a sub to OSHA. Oh god. So that crater has the highest concentration of ores. Does that cross my lander's path? It absolutely does. Excellent. We're gonna land down in the craters here. Perfect. So this mission can keep going. Okay, how much Delta V do we have? 327. meters a second delta V. So I'm going to go up here. We have 327 meters a second delta V left over. I don't even need to separate the satellites. I can just keep Prospector 1 in the EG5 orbit. It's really not a problem. It's not going to take 150 delta V to do this, I don't think. I will check to be sure. Yeah, 88. We're good. So we can dump maneuver 2. We don't need that. Yep. Make sure your craft still meets the requirements. Alright. It probably won't tick the box, John, unless I undock. But I'll undock when we get to our final orbit. Ugh. She went a little too fast. Don't undock them, just force a complete with the cheat menu. I'm okay with that if you guys are. Okay. Man, this is a really nice probe that we made. The MEV is really good. Really good at what it does. I can't believe we had enough to keep the MEV attached. I gave this thing enough Delta V. More TWR would be nice in a Mark II version with a Terrier. Yeah, maybe. Alright. Man, that subtrain was insane, dude. This better not be indicative of the whole month, or else I'm gonna be a little... I don't think I'll last. Yeah, I'm gonna be a little friggin' rich. I'm fine with forcing it if it's being a pain in the butt. Got it. I always wondered what is that? What's the, like, dude, got, like, alright. You know I don't like talking about this. I've been doing this for, like, 8 years, and it's still weird for me. Like, I see streamers, like, on Twitter and on whatever, and they're like, oh, thanks for 10,000 subs. I'm like, 10,000 subs, huh? That is an incomprehensible number to me. Like, my sub count's never even gotten close to that. And no, you don't need to gift any more subs. Don't do it. I want to earn the subs, okay? But, yeah, I mean, that's like, that idea in my head, like, huh, well, that's strange. Challenge accept, don't. That was not a challenge to do that. That was not a challenge to do that.
Discovery.
Oh,
Throttle up.
I shouldn't have said anything. I'm an idiot. Sorry. It's crazy. I mean, you guys have given enough already. Seriously.
Discovery. Go and throttle up.
You want more? Of course I frigging want more, but I'm not gonna ask for it. I'm gonna earn it. That's my thing. That's my meal ticket. I'd rather die, Tig. Yeah, I'm talking about YouTube. Yeah. Yeah, I'm talking about YouTube, not Twitch. I'll tell you in about 30 seconds, Wisp.
Discovery. Go and throttle up.
Game Coder, 15-month resub. That Astra clip, yeah, got pretty good, man. All right, let's see if it decks the contract. I don't think so. NG, give the sub to Ludwig. I'll give 10 subs when you announce. I'll give 10 subs when you announce your marriage date. That's a deal. I'm holding you to that. Just for that, I'm not going to give subs for September. I'll go back to picking up the slack on the other months. Okay? Alright. Bonka. Score.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
I don't. That's not what you did. The opposite of what you just said you were going to do. Passing.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Passing. That is the opposite of what you just said. That was 10 sub. Okay. I've not reset everything on him and still cannot view the stream on my PC. It keeps giving me this error 2000.
Discovery, go at throttle up. Discovery, go at throttle up.
Damn it. Ark gifted 5 subs. Master Louie, what's up, dude?
Discovery, go at throttle up. Discovery, go at throttle up.
Thank you. That's a lot of throttling up today.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Wow. That actually works. Awesome. Contract is complete.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
That's a lot of throttling up. This is one of the cooler things we've made, huh, Ark? So I figured you use it on the channel, Master Louie. Thank you. D-Guy, the resub in there. I took a small girder, attached it to the main girder in symmetry, and then the fairing plate with the tanks attached onto the girder in gizmo, so all the arrows the same. Got it up to 6 meters a second without redoing any struts. Yeah, Pop Bear. Okay. Do you care about sharing your sub count? Hey, y'all, it's not that I don't know. That just always came off as pretentious to me, dude. Look, you guys take really good care of me. Let me put it to you like that. You take very good care of me, and I don't lose sight of that, but I just never felt comfortable sharing it, to be honest with you. Gotta go get some sleep now. It's been too long. All right, Louie. I'll see you next stream. Thank you for being awesome. All right. Have a good night, man. Thank you. Yeah, Cerebral, it just, the whole influencer scene comes off as very pretentious to me. Like, look at all the stuff that I bought, you know, like, here's my house tour. You're never going to see that with me. Even if I had, like, 20,000 subs, you'd still never see that from me. It's not right. I don't like flexing on people, dude. I like flexing with knowledge. You know what I'm saying? All right. So we have some money in the bank now, at least to finance another mission. But let's leave Prospector here. It's rude and it's pretentious, Kaz, and I hate it. Oh, you get the shop tour, absolutely. Yeah, Havix, it's gross. It's gross. Alright, anyway, I'm gonna do this one. Extract ore from the moon and deliver it to Kerbin. We need to get this lander down onto the surface, and we need 1,200 units of ore. The Luna 4 landing site is where we need to be. So I'm going to take the lander. We're going to put the lander online. Like, you guys don't need to see where I sleep. That's weird. That is very weird. But how many submarines do you have? I do not own a submarine. Wait, you sleep? Yeah, not very much, though. Alright, so, I'm landing this down at the Luna 4 landing site. The reason why I want to do that is so we can start getting this mission. This 1,200 units of ore, that pays out 300 grand. Alright, extend the RCS. $300K is enough for a submarine. Last. What's up, man? But EJ, how are we going to know how fun it is to drive your Lambo up in the Hollywood Hills? A brace of those on a deployer set sent up to Jevstar, and you have auto recovery for used stages from LKO. And on a standby as MEVs of the future. That's not a bad idea, passing. I hope streaming in your passion for this stuff generally lines your pockets. You deserve it. Thanks, Platinum. Till the day you do a Lambo car stream. Yeah, fellas, I just appreciate being here and appreciate that I have the freaking privilege to do what I do here. That's all. Because it is a privilege. I would rather watch EJ run a barbecue than drive or wrench on the truck. Almost anything rather than drive, really. Drive streaming just seems dangerous. Yep. But what if, well, wait. No, Mr. Ron, what if like Brimo was with me and she was watching the chat and I was focusing on the road and she was talking to me saying what you guys are saying? What about that? Would that do anything for you? Because I agree, I wouldn't do it by myself. Streaming by yourself and driving is just dangerous. Still a bit iffy. I can have a conversation and drive at the same time, dudes. It's not a problem. Alright. Nice, Doom. I've got you back into KSP. I hadn't picked up the DLCs yet, so I'm waiting for them to download and you just sign on before I get back into it. Oh. That's your quote for the month, then? All right, guys, we're going down to the moon. Let's do this. Okay, extending out the main gear array. Main gear array is extended. What I'm going to do now is I'm going to open up, actually leave those tanks. We should be able to land with the fuel that we have here. How's monoprop? 16 on the monoprop. Let's go. Go for deorbit burn. Okay, we'll go for landing retro. Next burn is 380 meters a second, 388 meters a second. We're bringing her down. I'm not going to land exactly where Luna 4 landed, but we're going to land close. Ground altimeter is online. Reorienting the vehicle for landing. It doesn't have a converter, it's just ore this time. "56-second burn time. TWR is 3.99. We're way in the clear here. T-5. We've begun secondary retro burn here. Okay. We're gonna aim right for this crater right here. Taking it into manual. Unsetting the target. Surface velocity indicators are up. Reorienting the vehicle with monopropellant. We got 158 seconds left of burn time here at 4.47 TWR. 3,600 off the deck. I'm aiming right for the center of that crater. Two kilometers off the surface.
Discovery,
Under 100
go
meters a
throttle up.
second. We are in full manual. 1.2 off the deck. Slowing descent speed. Digital zeros. Thanks, man. Oh, I'm gonna do a kneel here. $400. $100. Coming down at 10. 50. 40. 30. 20. 10. 5. Okay, engine stop. Set engine to safe mode conditions, shutting monopropellant thrusters off. Houston. Tranquility Base here. The Eagle has landed. Well, no. This is the ore return mission. ORM is on the ground. Very good. Turning on the lights. Solar panels are online. 8.84 monoprop left. Shutting off the guidance systems. Roger. Ore return mission. We copy you on the ground. There's a couple people down here turning blue. We're breathing again. Safe on the moon. Deploying the drills. Yep, we don't need any more monoprop though. Radiators. Radiator systems are cooling. Okay. Let's start the surface harvesting. Oh yeah, baby. Oh yeah! Excellent. Will you be able to refuel? No. That's not what this mission is designed to do. This is a straight sample return, 1,200 units of ore. I did not put an ISRU on it because I didn't have the space or the mass. All I gotta do is basically launch this thing straight up in the air and get it on a return trajectory to Kerbin. And then ideally crash it. I was gonna crash it right back into the moon for seismic purposes. We should have enough Delta V to do it. And we do have... I shouldn't have done that. That was stupid. Alright. All remaining fuel is moved into that tank. There we go. I don't know if it's going to have enough Delta V with all the ore, EVA. That's what we got to figure out. Ore return mission 1. You could send out another mission extender with an ISRU. Well, Tessa, the thing is that I put a regular docking port on the front of this thing. This thing could technically bolt up to the back of the SSTO if I really wanted it to. SSTO, transfer stages, space stations, an ISRU. Yeah, as long as I have a 1.8 docking module. Yeah, up here is a standard docking port. How much ore does it need? 1,200. We basically got to fill the thing up. All right. And you know what I'm going to do? I'm just going to let it do its thing. Bye-bye. We'll just leave it there. When we time warp, when we do our time warps tomorrow, when we do our time warps tomorrow, we'll, it should give it all the ore that it needs, and we should return it tomorrow. So, mission total success. All objectives met. Oh man, this mission mode is a frigging roller coaster. Total. What did I put? What did I type? What did chat? Okay. This should be called Science and Technology. It's Kerbal, man. Check the contracts. So we're working on finishing that up. That should pay out 331, so we should have 400 G's back in the bank. Did you see that KSP2 clip? I did. Hey, Kaz, 2-month resub. Thank you for the engineering entertainment. It's in caps because it's a rarity, dude. Hey, hang on. Yeah, what else? Does the cylinder on the top docking port pop off? Yes, it does. We could just do tomorrow's time warps today. Tomorrow's time warps today at the EJSA. This was a triumph. I'm making a note here. Huge success. Return to Kerbin from the surface of the moon. We'd like you to bring a vessel back to Kerbin from the surface. Yeah, that doesn't pay very well. Position a satellite in a certain orbit around Kerbin. We could do that. That's easy money. Did all your money go when the big SSTO went? Yes, Taylor. Pretty much. Yeah. When will then be now? Soon. Soon. The surface outpost contract. Facility supporting at least 5 Kerbals have an ISOU resource converter on the outpost. Maintain stability for 10 seconds. Landed on the moon. Tessa, I don't know how the heck I'm gonna... I don't know how the heck we're gonna do that. That reminded me of one of the EJRA ads. Yep. That would be a super easy mission for Jebstar. Yeah. The payout kind of sucks. I'm going to do the time warps. Not into it. We'll do the time warps today, so I do not have to time warp tomorrow. So, ready? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. The place with ended is a good place for a base. I agree, Core. I agree. Yeah, that's where my original moon base in 23.5 was. Like a long time ago, like 6 years ago. That's where my moon base was. Science data from the space around Minmus. We have double lunar missions right there. Position a satellite in a polar orbit around Minmus. That pays pretty good. Science data from the space around Minmus. We could double those up. Double those up for another 100K. Position satellite in a specific orbit of the moon. No, the Minmus Scout does not have any fuel left over, dude. Just got back. How did it go? 100% success. The thing is, the ISOU, or not the ISOU, the miner is mining out on the moon. Position a satellite equatorial. We'll double up these Minmus missions for tomorrow. How much is it to upgrade mission control? 500. Position a satellite in a polar orbit of Minmus. Yeah, that's the mission we'll work with tomorrow. We can couple these two together. Space around Minmus. You know, I'm going to take that one. Hold on one second. Let's check something. Yeah, Dino. Good mission. It was a good mission today. Real good. Yep. Do we have anything floating around Minmus right now? Wait a minute. I do. Sweet. Let's get some change, shall we? Are the KSP missions repeatable? Depends. You have science equipment on you? Oh, you do. Log temperature. Keep that experiment. Oh, you beautiful, beautiful bastard. Oh, nice. Easy money, man. Up to 100K. Back to the Space Center. How much longer do we have on the Sentinel mission? It's going to be around for a little while. Needed a stretch.
Go at throttle up.
Dwarf Man, 10137. Well, it's about time you did that. Thank you. It's a 10-monther. Alright, back over here. Position satellite in a polar orbit. We have seismic surveys. I heard the noise, chat. Hold on. I heard the noise. Is it lightninging near me? No. Make the noise. No, that noise. The noise that the guitar makes when there's when there's lightning. Huh.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Whatever. The radar shows nothing. So, whatever. Ferret 2 astronaut, I don't care about that. Position satellite in a polar orbit around Minmus. That's another 100K right there. We could double those things up.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
DIA, 45 months. Static from the green screen? I don't know, maybe. The Noise would be a cool band name now that I think about it. Cathop, 3-month resub. Alright. Let's see. Extract that ore. Let's, I already have... Oh, we already have a contract to position a satellite in a synchronous orbit around Minmus. Position a satellite in a polar orbit around Minmus. Take seismic readings. I don't want to do that. Let's just do that and double up on that Minmus mission tomorrow. Oh, frick. I think the one that I just took needed a survey scanner. I should have read the fine print. Position a satellite in a specific orbit around the moon. That one needs a survey scanner too. That one needs a Science Junior and a magnetometer. Oh well. We'll have to get creative. Anyway, we did our time warps, tomorrow's time warps today. So let's go take a look at the lander and see how much ore it has. Let's see if it has all the ore. Prepare for the world of tomorrow. We got a little over half. The narrow band is not the survey scanner, dude. Oh my god. Okay. 20 days later. Alright, shut these off. We're shutting the drills off. Okay. 943 meters a second. We are made in the
Discovery,
shade, dude.
go at throttle up.
Harp, gifted a sub to Squall. Check the criteria. We need to... I gotta recircularize. And then I just need to leave the moon's SOI just for a second. And then come back. Alright, let's do this. Retracting the radiators. Retracting the drills. What Tig says. I saw it. Okay, close the ore out. Not that it's gonna matter. We have 900 meters a second. Perfect. Alright, stand by. Come on, you. Skip circularization, just go full bore lunar retro. What are you talking about? Skip circularization. Yeah, Shady. Mission mode makes it fun. You guys just want me to go straight up and then crash the thing? Guys, okay. My thing is, what if I could, like, get this back to Kerbin? If I could get it back to Kerbin somehow and not crash it into the moon. Yeah. It's just that the big SSTO isn't flying right now. And this is a lot of parts that I wouldn't be able to get up here otherwise. Even if I could just pull parts off of this thing. Crash or upgrade to a fueler. Alright, let's just go. Ready? You need to get it back to Kerbin for the contract anyway. Alright, alright, alright. Alright, here we go. We're going straight up. Yeah, I know it has to be in orbit around Kerbin, dudes. I'm just saying if we leave the orbit, right? If we leave orbit, I was going to circularize it. And then I was going to, get it to leave moon SOI just for a second, get into orbit around Kerbin, and then use the remaining fuel to boost right back at the moon and crash. You know what? I'm sticking to my original plan. It's fine. Yeah, I know, Demon. I know. That's what... I'm thinking 2 steps ahead. That's what I plan to do the entire time. Yeah. Yeah, sorry, I should have mentioned that. Are we gonna make this? Tessa? Come on. Come on. Come on! Oh, I hate you sometimes. Why do you have to do this to me? There's no way circularizing and ejecting out of the moon would have been less efficient. There's no way. See, if you'd gone with your plan, it wouldn't have worked. What? What do you... Oh, we got cash again. Oh, sweet. Oh, boy. Alright, here's what we need to do. We have 23 meters a second, right? We're gonna crash this back into the moon. Bye-bye. 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 Give me more delta V. 54. 54. That's all it gave? Use a maneuver node? Use a maneuver node for what? We're going away from the frigging moon. So, pointing at the moon right now would be the equivalent of doing this. And I need to impact the moon. Yep. We're good, Steve. We got paid. Yeah. We'll just leave it. I'm just going to leave it there. For now. I mean, what is speeding up going to do? Is that going to do anything? That give us an intercept at all? Nope. Can you boost up into a grab assist from the moon? Well, that's what I was trying to do, Doom, but we don't really have that much Delta V to do it. Yeah. We're gonna have to use, especially out here, we gotta, all I basically need to do is just push this up here. And then we'll eventually get a, we will eventually get an intercept with the moon. Like if I take this thing and we go out a couple of orbits here, let's back it up. And then we plus in a couple of orbits. That's in 29 days. Here's what we're gonna do. I'm gonna set an alarm clock. Burn for impact. No. No, not the PE, damn it. How do we... Yeah, there we go. Maneuver 1. Alright, cool. I'm sorry, I don't use this thing very much. Alright, so that's my reminder. Perfect. 37 meters a second, we got 54. That'll get us an impact on the moon. Right there. A 10-minute margin now. There. I don't use this damn thing. I just hope we aren't doing something time sensitive. Knowing me, EVA, it'll do that. Warp 2 maneuver? No. No. We've completed all mission objectives at this point. We'll do that sometime next week. Okie dokie? I already warped 2. I did 2 days worth of time warping in this mission. I don't want to do any more. Bye-bye, fairing. Yeah, Thomas. Nice. Knowing my luck, I'll miss it next week. You'll be here. Trust me. You ever do a crew rotation? That's the next mission in line, actually. Could have told you that before you launched. Been so long, you forgot how much Delta V from Moon to Kerbin. It's 580 to land, 280 to circularize. Yeah, that margin was actually super close anyway. No. I remember, I'm just an idiot, and I can't do math late at night. It's true. check it out. Where would you put the docking port and parachutes on one of the round Russian-ish pods? Somewhere where it's asymmetric center of mass. Yeah, tomorrow we'll do the crew rotation off of the station. Yep. That was pretty cool. All this went really, really well. I'm really happy. There was a SAT repair mission there. Yeah, but you need people to do that. Anyway, guys, it's about time for racing. So we just completed all of our objectives and then some. Man, we did some work today. That was fun. I really enjoyed it. Oh, man. Landing back down on the moon was fun. It's fun to do. I enjoyed that. All right. That's going to do it for KSP. KSP will resume tomorrow at around 6 p.m. We'll do that crew rotation mission up to the station with the small SSTO. It'll be pretty rad. It's time to race. Not to bring it up, but watching you deal with that hype train during a really sensitive maneuver was awesome. Oh, hey. Thanks, Cosmic. Yeah. Dude, that's stressful, man. Because I'm like, I gotta watch the alerter, but I also need to pay attention. Ah! So, hey, thanks for watching, dudes. I'm gonna do some racing tonight. I invite you, if you have some spare time, to keep watching. We got about, I don't know, 4 to 5 more hours of stream left, so plenty of time. Plenty of time left to stream. So if you got nothing to do, come join me. Watch me get angry at racing. We have a Friday night race league where we, every night we try to race whatever the real race cars are racing, so I'm not sure what we have this weekend. The extension stat, yeah, Doom, that was a good one. That was a cool mission. I can't believe it works. I can't believe the grip pads were enough. It was really good, actually. Which racing game? We're playing Assetto Corsa. Doing your own little survey mission. Cool. All right, night. Anyway. I actually think we might be racing Zandvoort. Squall. But yeah, Zandvoort's cool, man. All right, so I'm going to jump over into racing. If you're out for the night, thank you very much for watching. I appreciate it. Let's pop over into Discord. Oh, man. Sorry, I just got a message in Discord. I'm reading it right now. So it's great today. All right, passing. Here, let me load up Discord. Hello? All right, fine. Don't say anything. Jeez.
He's David Patton.
You surprised everyone, pretty much.
Why?
Too early? Like, everybody pretty much at this point is set on 12?
Oh, sweet. I actually got all my objectives done on time. Hell yeah.
I mean,
Hello, EJ.
Hello.
that's good.
Yeah, no.
We just... we weren't ready! I wasn't ready!
I could play around a Counter-Strike if you want.
Yes. We've come to realize delay is normal. It's awkward to be on time.
Well, I'm fixing that.
Just give you more time to practice.
Yep.
Yeah, I was about to make that suggestion. A wild suggestion. You can practice.
Nah, who needs that?
No, never. I wouldn't know.
I would personally like a bit more practice.
Well, I'm playing on 360 controller, so I need more.
It's Road America, right? How much practice do you need?
Oh, EJ.
For the track itself, not a lot. For the car, a lot.
Yeah, the
Oh,
cars
okay.
are. Yeah.
So, you know
What should I drive? I don't
for
know
that-
yet.
I mean, you were
Car.
in the LMP2 back in Sebring, I think.
Yeah, should I just
You should
drive that
drive
again?
a car.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think we have 2 free spots, so yeah. I'll just prepare the slot for when we start the session.
And it's Darlington this week, so gonna be some great racing for NASCAR. Yes, I love Darlington. Great track.
Sandburg for F1, so we can't really say the same about it.
It's the first race of quote unquote the playoff, which is stupid, but that's
Isn't so? How does the playoff structure actually work? Is it based off of like the results of one race, or like each round of the playoffs is one race, or is it like a collection? of
no.
races?
So each round is 3 races,
Oh.
and then they cut people, and then they do 3 more races, and then they cut, and then they do.
Nice.
I think it's either 3 more races or the last race. It's in
It's a dynamic test stand, T-Man.
race, and then it's
Yeah, that's
basically
how Chase won
whoever.
last year, right?
That's right.
Huh?
Sawyer, that's what I'm trying to fix. That's my new project, Beyond Time. And I decided I was going to do it and took ownership of that problem. Haven't been late since. 3 weeks. Going on 3 weeks. Never been late for a stream. And I'm going to keep that streak going. And it's not going to stop.
I don't mind. It's better than having the championship already decided 4 races before the end of the year.
Yeah. Fellas, I'll be back 1 second, okay?
Okay.
Yep.
Okay.
I feel like he's actually going to be gone for like an hour, and this is just him getting it set for a normal time.
I'm still
Sorry,
here.
Dinkleberg.
I was about to say that. He can still hear you.
I didn't take my headset off. If you take my headset off, you use that opportunity to kick me in the balls? The hell? Now I am gonna wait an hour, dick.
Okay, fine.
More practice
time for me.
Yeah,
So this is
Sawyer,
gonna
it
be
should good, man.
interesting.
We have some pretty insane stuff.
NASCAR is gonna have
Anyway,
8
I'll be
cup
back in a
teams
second.
participate.
Or
in
will
the
I?
Next gen Goodyear tire test at Daytona
Look at my
for
pants.
the preparation of the
Awesome.
2022 season.
That's gonna be fun.
Yeah, so it would be Austin Dillon, Denny Hamlin, Chris Buescher, Joey Logano, William Byron, Cole Custer, Ross Chastain, and GTD Dowry, Ricky Stenhouse Jr. Ricky Reckhouse, what the?
Didn't Denny get suspended or something?
No.
No? Okay. I read that somewhere.
Ricky Stenhouse, otherwise known as Danica's boyfriend.
He's not Danica's boyfriend anymore. It's
Well, same difference. She was still more popular than he was.
But he won a race. He won a couple of races. She didn't.
Okay,
She was still more popular than he was.
What am I supposed to do now? I'm so not ready.
I was Max. I'm surprised. I'm actually 2 seconds off the pace instead of 4.
I mean, that's good.
Like, improvement, I guess.
And apparently we have a bit more practice, so I bet he can still get closer.
Alright, fuck it. Max, I'm gonna drive the Porsche.
I'm excited. I just got.
Alright, let me change this
20
again.
kilograms less ballast, and especially I think the unlocking of the diff coast makes a big difference for me.
Okay, gotcha. I guess we
It's
have a
theoretically
free
being
merc then.
difficult. Even though he's gonna win because I haven't done.
Dude, I'm literally not gonna win. I'm still
between-
choosing to be in a car that I'm like half a second slower in compared to the Merc. More than that.
I mean, it might work.
The only reason I want to choose this over the Merc though is for tires, because the Merc's tires will not last, and it's only fast on the softs.
Yeah, literally. It's only fast on the softs. Every single car is on mediums except Merc. Because it can't keep up.
Like I did
Is it
a
just that
full
slow
fuel
on
stint
straights or something?
test. It is a little bit slower on the straights by like like 1 or 2 kph, but its biggest issue is that it just doesn't turn very well unless it's on the softer, like a softer tire than everyone else.
Weird.
I mean, it's the only front-engine car, so...
Yeah.
With being on the softer tire, though, it, like... I was a second slower by the end of a full fuel stint compared to the start of it.
Mm-hmm.
And
Yeah,
that
I
was
wasn't
only
gonna
40
tell you
minutes.
that. I wasn't gonna tell you that the way to go is to not have to take tires and do mediums, but
Which you'd have to in the Merc. So yeah, that's why I want
or
to
you
choose
go
the
with
Porsche.
the mediums and not be able to
so-
turn.
Yeah. Well, in the mediums, I'm just fucking slipping around everywhere. Because I have no temperature.
Probably just gonna be a one-stop. That right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, Max,
Unless
is
you
there
get
a show
damage.
spy in LMP2?
Uh, I'm probably
yeah.
gonna finish and did last, and then someone crashes out completely.
Actually, that makes LMP2 full now. Yep. Where are you, EPF? Let me change stuff.
Okay.
You are in front of Geek.
Yeah, no, if Dinkelberg's over here saying he's like close to the 207s in the Porsche, there's no chance I'm winning.
I can't do that consistently though.
I can barely hit 208s. Like that 208.7 was the fastest lap I've ever done in the Porsche. I could get close to the 207s in the Mercedes. Like I had a 208.04 earlier when I was testing. But again, we go back to the tire situation.
You're like barely able to hit 211 in the Merc. Just cause I'm bad.
Who here is racing on a controller?
Max is. No, he's not.
Not anymore, but I was.
So just me.
Roast beef, brother.
I think there's a couple others.
A couple more coming.
I own a wheel, but it's not where I can locate it.
I mean, controller is still doable, definitely. It just needs a lot of practice.
Yeah.
For dessert this evening, I have red velvet Pop-Tarts and Irish whiskey.
That's a combination.
That's a hell of a combo right there.
Alright, I might have gone too much on the diff.
No.
I couldn't find the hot fudge sundae at
Just
Target,
roast beef and cheese.
because those are freaking delicious. But that's a vote will do.
So there's EPF. Okay, EPF, you have your slot. Cyclone, you have your slot. Okay, and did anybody else sign up before I save it?
What are we racing tonight, Maximus?
Road America multi-class, because I guess that's how the schedule works out. And
Wow,
then
That's gonna suck.
And why? It's actually not
Yeah.
bad.
Tough
Okay,
track.
like it might be, but it is. And after that, because we should be able to do some races after that, since we have some races prepared, because this weekend is 1 year anniversary of us running AC. on Friday nights.
Oh wow!
It's already been a year.
What?
Okay, plunge. Wow, really?
So yeah, so we have some kind of cool races, a few throwbacks, and one death race. Kind of.
That's the Ferrari one, right?
Maybe.
That's
Yes.
not really that death, though. It's actually very controllable.
It is. For some
Until it
people.
isn't.
We're not doing Lotus 98Ts at the Nürburgring for the death race.
What
No,
all
we're
systems
not.
said plunge?
Okay, so.
What are some of the apps I should be running for this? I got performance data, tires, obviously like lap counter, stuff like that. Are there any
Real time.
Real
Definitely real time.
Ah, there it is. Okay, I was looking for that. Didn't know what it was called.
Yeah, if anyone downloaded that class timing app, I updated the config earlier, so
And
check
I
back.
forgot that again.
Because I missed it.
Yeah, I forgot again. Well, I'll deal with it. Alright.
Oh, I got
Timing will
PMC8
be
again.
Very useful for me because I'll be in dead last.
Why?
The song I wrote in 2003, somebody else tried to claim it that I own the rights to and perform. And
As
so
usual.
Twitch's stupid bot flagged me for it even though I own the rights to the song.
Yeah.
As usual. I'm gonna restart practice
dang.
because we kind of have to wait because some people. Actually, how are we missing? Enroy at least. I told him like 5:40 maybe, so I don't know when he'll show up. I want
To give like an
Oh,
extra
him-
20 or so minutes to practice.
Yeah, if that's cool.
Yeah, just give us more
Like-
practice, man. That's what your boy needs.
Alright, I'll restart practice and then the proper session will go up with qualifying when everybody shows up, I guess. Behold floating cars. Okay,
think I'm gonna want
practice
to-
is back up.
What the hell happened to my game?
You guys like
Man,
playing
unbelievable.
Stationeers? It's like playing Stationeers. Look at that. That's some Stationeers stuff right there.
Yeah, that's a cool pick.
Yeah.
So does the aerial photographer have cameras mounted like on a trigger, or does he just stick the camera up to have it mounted somehow?
I'm
I'm
pretty
pretty sure he just sticks the camera out of the window.
Yeah, RGV just takes a DSLR and straps it in and just, yeah. It's pretty awesome, man.
I've seen some people rig up the camera to like a trigger in the Cessnas.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, you might do that, but
Have it facing down and then just click it
like a reconnaissance
like under
lane.
the wing.
Man, that is some ridiculous infrastructure. Okay, anyway. Yes, the Ligier. All right.
We have few cool updates this week.
Okay. Exclamation point Discord and chat plunge
It would
will get
probably
you what
help
you
if
need.
I turn my wheel on.
Nah, who needs that?
You don't turn it on,
Unless
you
you
turn it
really
left
want-
and right, you dope.
Unless you really want me to race with keyboard and mouse for extra danger in an LMP2.
No,
Wait,
I don't.
There's
I don't
more
want that.
danger to be had?
I don't want. Damn, dude.
On keyboard and mouse, yes.
I wonder, yeah, keyboard and mouse versus my driving.
Yeah, pop in and then the Aceto Important Links plunge, and you should see all of us sitting in the Discord voice chat. You're more than welcome to pop in, dude.
Oh, there we go. That's a
F1
207 on the Porsche. Okay.
It wasn't that great, but I won a.
Cutie there, left front. That's cool. Hey, NX.
Keyboard and mouse.
11-month resub. All right,
Won
dudes.
3 of the 4 races.
You know what really feels good? Completing all your objectives in KSP. That really feels good.
I assume you had like.
We should keep the winning streak going. At least try to win with this
I
thing.
had
Look at my car.
traction control and a little bit of
My
ABS,
car is amazing.
but they were
Nice.
allowed.
All right, ready?
For everybody. Everyone was allowed traction control.
So this is Road America. Let's see what we can do. I gotta put the chocks in.
So I saw in FP2 for Formula 1, Mazepin wanted to go to the beach early. Ended up in the gravel trap. Went to the beach early.
All right, dudes. Let's see. Chair isn't lined up. Hold on.
So wait, is this just a practice session or is it practifying?
This is just practice still.
Okay.
Max, is it normal for the right front to not warm up in the LMP2s?
Yeah, that's every car.
There's not enough left turns on this track for fast left turns.
All right, here we go. This is the Road America in Elkhart Lake, Wisconsin. This is,
Hey, to those that want it, don't forget.
in my opinion, guys, and I don't know, maybe somebody can test
Okay,
it.
that's
This is the best road course in the U.S. by a long shot. Its design is so good, it's been unchanged since 1956. This is the original configuration that the track was in when they built it. They never changed it. It's that good of a racetrack.
Right, that's it.
Sorry, Kerbal.
Race session.
Oh, it's fine.
Oh, EJ died.
The wheel looks insanely small. Yeah, it's
Oh,
about
wow,
this big.
on a wheel this
No,
track is
probably a
significantly
little bit
different.
bigger. Probably about this big. Maybe like the size of a basketball.
I pretty much keep it in the exact center of the screen because if you click on it, it should have settings and you can turn it up so the background goes transparent and it's inactive. So, yeah, it's very useful. Can someone do me a little favor?
Yeah, what you need?
Go to the last corner on the track, just after it, and teleport back to the bit from there.
What do you want us to do?
Just teleport back to the bits from after
I've
the
been there
last
and I was
corner,
able to
like
get
when you're on
into
the
the press
straight.
areas in the hot pits before. Used to
Maybe
live
even
near it.
further
Love the
up
track. It's
by
perfection.
the
It really
exit-
is, Doug.
by the
Yeah,
exit of the
no,
pit.
you ain't wrong, dude. This track is
I just need a position.
it's awesome. It's such a good track. It's a great balance of speed, great balance of technical. Like these first couple of corners aren't too bad, so you can focus on racing, right? You can focus on racing. And then the second sector on the track is very technical. So it's a technical track. It's hard to drive. And then the third sector is like kind of a balance
By the
between
way,
the two with the back straight.
there is
It's
a
really,
baseline
really
setup
good.
as usual in the entry dock thingy stuff.
Road America.
If you want it, it's pretty good. It's a pretty good baseline.
It's difficult? Where are you having problems, Predominant? So Predominant, this track's concrete. And because it's concrete, dude, you got a lot of bumps. The bumps are what's gonna throw you off, just like in Sebring. Especially with these cars. I'm not having problems? Oh, well shoot. You ever race Bathurst? One of my favorite tracks, NX. The Dipper, man. Fuck yeah, dude.
Oh, man, I'm so annoyed. I thought I
not
forgot how to
racing
drive,
tonight,
and I realized I just forgot to load the setup.
Yeah, that would do it sometimes.
Tried Bridgehampton. That's a great track. Nighthound.
Hey, that's not bad for me. 155.
I like Laguna Seca more. Laguna Seca is a good track. Oh, all right, man. Play. You can race GT if you want. Hey, Rezzle. What does that say? I can't see it. I can't read the whole paragraph.
The entry list document, which is linked.
I had to work a lot of this week today. They had 20 open runs, which is fun.
It should be the like EJLMS Championship Google Sheet.